All right, good evening, everybody. Today is Thursday, March 6th. It is 6:30 p.m. This is the Olentangy Schools Board of Education's our regular meeting. I'll call the meeting to order. Mr. Jenkins, please call the roll.
Mr. Lester.
Here.
Dr. Dabrico.
Here.
Mr. O'Brien.
Here.
Dr. Wise.
Here.
Dr. Wallach.
Here.
All right, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, well, welcome, everybody. See, let's go for the approval of the agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written with
Yes,
no
sir.
amendments.
So moved.
Can you have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion on the agenda? The thing I'll add is we do have an executive session at the end. We will come back to take action, which is not normal. We usually just go back to adjourn, but we will come back to take action. So with that, Mr. Jenkins, please call the roll.
Dr. Dabrico.
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien.
Yes.
Dr. Wise.
Yes.
Dr. Wallach.
Yes.
Mr. Lester.
Yes.
All right, the board president's report, I'm going to keep it brief because we've got kind of a full night ahead of us. We've got a suspension hearing that we're going to, suspension appeal hearing that we're going to be spending some time on. But before we do that, brief update on superintendent search. So we're in the process of collecting community input. There's a survey that's gone out. We've collected, I believe I talked to Dr. Lucas earlier this afternoon, more than 1,000 responses to the community survey. And we kick off the focus group process tomorrow with a series of focus groups this week, next week. And I believe, and we'll talk about this later also in executive session, we may have a special meeting to digest the input from the surveys and the focus groups and get the process started in terms of developing candidate pools. So good progress to date on the search. A lot of good input from the community. More to come, and we'll keep the community updated as we progress through the process. So with that, I know we had a couple members that wanted to do some updates and some commentaries. Maybe we'll start with Dr. Wallach.
Thank you. I have a lot to say, but I'm going to talk fast to keep it rolling too. So on Saturday, February 25th, I attended the Ohio School Board Association Board of Trustees meeting. The day was filled with board development, legislative updates, and a highlight for me personally was a presentation by Dr. Kathy McFarland providing a strategic plan update with a focus on the advancement of the OSBA vision. A little backstory, OSBA's Visionary Initiatives for Strategic Action was first adopted by the Ohio School Board Association's Board of Trustees back in 2008, long before my time serving on the board. The plan was reauthorized in 2013 and again in 2017 with a 30-member committee that came together for this work. The 2017 efforts transformed the 7 vision priorities into 4 new pillars, which would serve as the association's goals for the next 5 years. The Board of Trustees adopted that plan with the intention that it would direct the association's efforts from 2018 through 2022. Those 4 pillars are as follows: membership services, public relations and communications, Ohio student achievement, and association operations. In the summer of 2022, OSBA brought together a group of 28 staff members, trustees, and regional committee members to renew the plan for 2023 through 2027. The association's vision and mission statements were reviewed, they were revised. The consensus was that the basis of the statements were still relevant, but they were a little too long, they were wordy. Everybody wants something short and snappy, and what they originally had was too difficult to remember. So the committee members wanted statements that they could easily memorize and share. So the new vision statement is leading the way as the respected voice of Ohio public education. And the OSBA mission statement is as follows. OSBA engages and serves Ohio's public school board members and the diverse districts they represent by fostering or delivering excellence in governance, steadfast advocacy, superior services, relevant professional development, and customized training. Now, you are welcome, and I would encourage you to go to ohioschoolboards.org for more information or to review the vision, mission, and definitely encourage you to familiarize yourself with the guiding principles, which are the attitudes, mindsets, and beliefs about how the work should be accomplished within the organization. All that said, I would also like to say that last night, Dr. Wise and I had the privilege of attending the OSBA Central Regional Spring Conference, where we watched our teachers from Olentangy STEM Academy and Educators Rising accept awards for outstanding programs. And Olentangy High School was also awarded for being a 2022 National Blue Ribbon School, one of only 13 schools in the state to receive this recognition. So it was a very proud evening for Olentangy local schools. And I'm done.
Thank you.
Just as a way of context, so because Olentangy is now the 4th largest school district in the state of Ohio, we are granted a seat on the Board of Trustees for OSBA. Dr. Wallach fulfills that responsibility for us in addition to what she does for us already, and I believe you're on the regional committee, correct?
Regional Executive. yeah.
Regional Executive Committee. So it's a good way for us to continue to connect into OSBA, so we get good opportunities to learn about what other districts are doing, particularly in the area. So appreciate the time and effort you guys spend on that work. So, right. Anything else?
Just a very brief update. Last week, we had our Facilities Committee meeting. We're continuing to talk about sort of long-term planning as we look at the continued supply chain issues that are affecting all of our builds moving forward. In a lot of cases, some large pieces of equipment are delayed a year or more. So as we start to plan for new buildings and where our needs are, we have to take that into consideration. So a lot of planning is going into that as we're looking at that in the coming years, and we'll have more coming up at future board meetings to talk about it.
Great.
I can beat both your times. School advocacy team, a smaller group, met Monday night to talk about the direction and the focus of our advocacy. Spent a lot of time talking about aligning our efforts with other groups that are going to be crushed by the current legislation impacting property taxes across the state. That's every group that does anything with property taxes. It's not just schools. Mr. Jenkins is course is going to drill down to more of the details, but as the legislation stands, this is not good for any taxpayer in the state, and especially our taxpayers in our school district. Fair school funding is tax relief for our families, so we're going to work hard to make sure that the voices of everyone in our district are heard as they work through this legislation in the weeks and months ahead.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Nope. All right, so we'll wrap up the board President's report. We'll move on to our presentation item. It's the SLC Life Skills Opportunities. I believe we have Dora D'Amato and Kelly Gallmeyer to come present.
We want to thank everybody for letting us come tonight and show off our students and showcase our program. We're very proud of what we do, and we're proud of our students, and we want to give you a little bit of insight on what happens in our world. Kelly and I do a lot of things together. We co-teach together, and we're not in the same building, but we do the same subject, and we collaborate a lot, and we read the same books, and we go on the same field trips. So we kind of tag team things, and we're going to tag team tonight as well. We're going to take turns presenting. So,
You're going to introduce Mr. Waldron? He's
Yes.
just going to stand back there?
Yeah. Brock Walden is also one of the SLC teachers at OHS with me. All right, so what is life skills? What is functional academics? So we can still challenge our students and teach them important academic skills while we prepare them to be independent adults. So we work on academics with a life skills twist, and we use real-world based text and concepts, whether that's reading directions, reading recipes, menus, bills, money, anything that will support them in becoming as independent as possible. So some functional academics. Aiden, do we work on these daily warm-ups every day?
Yeah.
Yep, we do. It always has a functional vocab, telling time, a money component, community signs. So our academics are just focused completely on that life skills, functional skills. So we go out into the community, we volunteer, we fundraise, we do in-school jobs, out-of-school jobs, vocational training, and we also provide different social opportunities as well. And our main goal is independence.
One of the things that we do, we both have a class restaurant, it's student-run. Ours is Liberty Cafe, and the Braves Bistro is Olentangy's. Students prepare the food, they serve the food, they do everything. And the skills that are taught with this program is like life skills. They have to read a recipe, they have to measure. Again, all those things that Kelly talked about. It's what they do every day. We serve 50 to 100 people. We see teachers, community members, parents love to come, and I have a parent that's been coming every year since 2003. Okay, so and they leave a big tip, so we really like that person. So anyway, so this is what we do, and you have some pictures there of the kids serving, and they're very proud of themselves. Stamina is a big thing. The kids are on their feet for three or 4 hours. They're tired. They get to feel what it's like to work. So that's our class restaurant. And by the way, we are having a class restaurant on April 28th, if anybody wants to come.
Yeah, we're not as organized as Dora. We don't know when we're having ours, but it'll be sometime. But I just want to piggyback at our Braves Bistro. So you can kind of see that neon sign in the back there. We do a SLC home maintenance class, and our kids designed and made that sign, cut the wood, glued the lights in it, did all of that, ran the electrical to get it all set up. And we've also created a large, like we call it our dessert cart, and we use some of the equipment in the home maintenance class to carve our logo into it. But the kids are, they've done a lot of neat projects on that side of it to create things for our Braves Bistro as well.
We also try to go into the community at least once a month, and we try to coordinate that with Liberty so that we can develop friendships and foster those friendships between the schools and work on social skills. And we try to support anything that we're doing in the classroom. So our English classes are currently reading a book that takes place during World War II, and we're going to go to the Dayton Air Force Museum in April and do an extended day field trip. And of course, we have to hit Young's Dairy because it's very close for some ice cream, right? Yeah. The other skills that are reinforced when we're out in the community, money skills, they have to order, they have to pay. We are really big on bringing their wallets and using their own money, no plastic bags in high school functional academics. Also, safety skills, being out in the community, language skills, and practicing appropriate social skills or behavior when they're out in the community as well. Oh, yeah, I think I do.
Just some other things.
Yeah, a couple more. Aiden, what's one of your favorite trips we've been on?
Golf.
Yeah? You like the Top Golf best?
Yeah.
Phoebe, what's one of your favorites?
The Veterans Museum, the National Veterans Museum.
That's a good one.
Obviously, the things that we do cost money. Nothing is funded by the district. It's all parent-funded, and we do some fundraising. Liberty dipped 2,000 pretzels during the holiday season and sold them and made about $1,000. The kids, with that skill, the kids have to work as a team. We had some of the Food for Fitness class, some of the gen ed classes came in and helped us. Again, stamina, they had to be on their feet, they had to follow directions. They actually were the leaders of this project because they have done it before. So when the Food for Fitness kids came in, they were able to kind of be the supervisors, so it was kind of cool. One of the, some of the things that we use that money for, like I said, is admissions for different, like the museums, or this year we're going to go to Cedar Point. We got a chartered bus and we're going to go for the day to Cedar Point. And we've gone overnight trips and do things like that that the kids get to enjoy. So Those are fundraising. And I think there might be another slide here. It shows you right there where that's us making the pretzels, dipping all those pretzels and bagging them and selling them. I think. And we also do a stromboli take and bake. One of the things that we serve at our restaurant is stromboli, and it's a hit. So the teachers love to buy it, like we usually do it around a big game, like Super Bowl or Ohio State football game, and it sells out in minutes. So the kids, they make the strombolis, we deliver them to the teachers and make a little money. And then Kelly did some stuff with blankets and worked for the dog rescue organization. So that's our fundraising.
A big part of our classrooms are working on vocational training as well. We have job coaches within the district, and on any given day, you can find our students working throughout the building on various types of jobs. Office, mail, shredding, copying, cafeteria, custodial, and we also go out of the school for jobs as well into the community. So we're connected with Joanne Fabric, DSW, Buffalo Wild Wings, Tropical Smoothie.
DSW guy looks familiar.
Yeah. Where were you working there? You were at the shoe store.
Yeah.
What's it called? DSW. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. And-
There's Phoebe doing some work. What are you doing there, Phoebe?
Oh, yeah.
I'm printing.
Copying things?
I'm putting in the laundry.
Yes.
Shredding.
Shredding. Do you want to talk about your former Liberty student that worked with the custodians?
One of my students did a summer internship at Liberty with the custodians, and he was hired this year. So he is working in the cafeteria for like 4 hours a day. So it's great seeing him. Stone is the man.
Everybody's parking in the right parking spot.
Yeah, yes, he's in charge of the parking lot, too. What's next, I think? We do volunteer opportunities. Once a month, we go to Meals on Wheels and help bag the food, the lunches. And again, it's job skills, job skills, job skills. Communication. Students have to talk to other people that they're not familiar with. They have to look them in the eye. We also work at the Salvation Army once a year doing the toy drive. I don't know if that's it.
I don't want to walk away without, like, we're not doing all of this. We have amazing transition coordinators, job coaches, aides that are supporting us and taking the kids out into the community and all over the place to do this. So it's just not us three standing here that are doing this. We have an amazing support team that's taking care of all that too.
Yes.
What are you making there, Phoebe? At the Meals on Wheels, that's you in the picture. What are you making?
We're bagging frozen vegetables.
Yeah, I think I got frozen vegetables.
Okay.
And then put them in little bags to be delivered to different people, right?
Yeah, all right.
What did they say? They deliver thousands of meals weekly in Franklin County, so it's a huge organization. It's pretty awesome. We also coordinate Friday Fun Night social activities. Both programs support students going to homecoming dances and proms. We try to go out to eat prior and take a group. We've done tailgate at the football games and go to the football games. We have gone to a few theater productions as well. We also recently had what we call Braves Buddies with peers, typical peers from the football team. We had the leadership team from Olentangy Braves that came, and we had a big open gym night. The football program provided pizza for all of us, and then we just had a blast running around the gym, and these big football players were pulling the kids all over the gym on those scooters, and by the end of the night, they were all worn out. It was pretty funny to watch. It just creates a really fun atmosphere for our school. It builds relationships and friendships and communication skills, which is something that we work really hard on to promote in our programs. All right, I think that's the last thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the group?
April 28th, which cafe was that? Liberty.
Liberty.
Phoebe, we're going to tell them what you're doing next year?
Next year, I'm going to Project Fair to Grady Memorial Hospital.
She's graduating, so she had to interview for that position, and she was accepted. So.
That's fantastic.
Congratulations. Eden, what's one of your favorite things to do at school? What'd you tell me?
Yeah.
What do you like to do at school?
Yeah, work.
You like to work, all right. Thank you.
So Dora, this is 40 years in the district?
40 years teaching,
Teaching.
35.
35.
I was here when it was.
And she keeps coming back. Kelly, how long you been here? Brock?
I'm on year 9
Brock?
in this district.
7 for me.
Thank you all so much.
Our programs,
Great work.
the programs are amazing, and obviously Mr. Argabright and his team of all the people in Pupil Services do a great job supporting. Dora she would never, like, I think it might have been a shameless plug. One of you guys, I know one of you guys' wheels are turning about, we got to give them some money.
If you come to the bathroom, just
There you go.
The only question I have, is it true that Mr. Griffiths, you guys requested for Mr. Fiesel to be transferred out of the SLC program into study hall because of his behavior at the community events?
No comment.
Aiden, is Mr. Fiesel a problem? Coach Fiesel, is he a problem? You can say yes.
No.
What do you call Fiesel?
Listen.
Normally he's like, Fiesel! Right?
Yeah, Mom.
He is the troublemaker.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Phoebe?
All right, Mr. Ray, it's a tough one to follow.
Yeah, I was going to say, I had to follow a lot of presentations. That's because you're one of the toughest ones to follow, is for sure. Thank you so much, and thanks everybody for being here. See you guys, thank you so much. Well done. So, as always, I'd like to start with our Living the Mission slides. We had a great Business Advisory Council meeting on February 24th. We gave an update on the Bridge Ed program, and principals shared some of the recent activities and opportunities all throughout the district. This one is really taken off, and I'm really proud of the work that our team is doing to foster these relationships with our business community. So again, I keep saying, wait, there's going to just be more and more and more that's going to grow with this program, with opportunities for our students and our staff. Director Swazi held a joint session with the Sheriff's Office as part of our community engagement series. It was great to have the people in attendance talking about school safety, security, and preparedness. So thanks to Joe for doing that. And Mr. Jenkins, you get to do the next one. Coming up on April 18th, we're going to be talking about school finances. So
That's right.
looking forward to that. Liberty Tree Elementary School hosted Intel's Future Skills for Tomorrow Workforce team. They visited Liberty Tree's 5th graders, and they worked on Scribble bots. So obviously there's a lot of excitement in the area with Intel coming, and we're proud to be a part of any and all opportunities to interact with Intel. We have them targeted as another one of our companies we want a partnership with Bridge Ed. So I think that'll be coming hopefully soon. I want to give congratulations to the Olentangy High School and Orange High School yearbook teams. The Golden Arrow yearbook team created the Forever a Brave yearbook that placed first in the state competition there through OSMA. And then the Bronze Bayonet was awarded a top rating of all Ohio at the Ohio OSMA's competition. Only one other high school in the state earned that distinction. So just a great job for those two. You looking for your daughter, Mr. O'Brien? Is she in one of those pictures?
I thought, yeah.
It's too small, I guess so. But it's just great. I mean, all of our programs, all of the yearbooks and all the publications do a great job. So it's always wonderful to highlight them when they receive highest honors in the state. So congratulations to those teams. We did host our State of the Schools event. The communications team did a great job of organizing that. First time we started with a school showcase out in the Commons at Olentangy, and I really appreciate Mr. Griffiths and all the people at Olentangy for hosting. Every school had a table, highlighted a program. It was really a very, very positive evening, and then we gave the leadership team, we went into the auditorium, kicked off with a quick keynotes performance, which is never a bad thing. They had five seniors did a solo to start, and then they did a few other songs. Just can't get enough of the keynotes. And then our leadership team did a presentation, update on the strategic plan. So I think this is soon to be a staple. We'd like a little bigger audience in the State of the Schools, so we might flip it next year, maybe have a captive audience for about a half hour and do State of the Schools, and then send them out to the showcase for the fun stuff. So with regards to action items, we do have 2 administrative resignations. Mr. Ward is moving from being a custodial supervisor back into the custodial rank, so we wish him well. It was a choice he made, just as Mrs. Zeller leaving administrative ranks, going to be the literacy support specialist at Berlin Middle School. Both of them are just lifestyle choice changes. We're happy with both their performances and wish them well. I want to highlight the retirement resignation of Lynn Whipsack. Lynn's been with us almost as long as Mrs. D'Amato. She's been here since we were one building. Actually, 2 of her daughters now teach for us. They're all, actually, she was an Olentangy grad, and her daughters are Olentangy grads, just a legacy staff member and community member. So wish her all the best in retirement. She's just a great teacher, great person. I meant to share with you her retirement letter because I think it will be very, very touching for all of you. Mr. Jeremy Mitchell is currently a custodian maintenance worker with us. He was previously the custodial maintenance supervisor, left us to go into the private sector, and came back. So the grass wasn't quite as green as he thought it was going to be out there in the private sector, so he quickly came back, and now with Mr. Ward's resignation, we were able to move Jeremy right back into that, and he's already started, hit the ground running, and we're very happy to have Jeremy back in that role. You see there we have administrative appointments for 5 assistant principals: Matthew Babola, Tyler Bradford, Adam DeShant, Karina Lynch, and Aaron Vanderswoord, who you guys all had the opportunity to meet here today. We're very appreciative of the board supporting our staffing plan for the middle schools. We have some of the largest middle schools in the entire region, and we presented you with a staffing plan to have all of our middle schools to have 2 full-time assistant principals, and so we're very happy to have all of these people joining our administrative team. And then we are purchasing 4 transit vehicles from Coughlin Ford, and a cost of $197,780 to continue to update our maintenance fleet, and as part of our capital improvements. And then finally, a couple important dates coming up. You see there, Liberty High School's spring production Anastasia. We have teacher work day tomorrow. Orange High School is doing SpongeBob the Musical. Next week, we hit the end of third quarter. Report cards will be available. Today was the last day of third quarter. Berlin High School is doing Addams Family, and then we have Elementary 17 groundbreaking coming up prior to our next board meeting on March 23rd. We will already be pretty much 2 weeks into the 4th quarter by the time that rolls around. Crazy how fast it goes. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Questions for Mr. Ray?
Thank
All
you
right,
very
thank
much.
you. Mr. Jenkins, the Treasurer's Report.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I want to do some legislative updates this evening. A little more detail maybe than normal, but it's pretty important to make sure that our community understands 2 very key bills that are currently making their way through the House of Representatives. The first one we're happy about, and that's House Bill 33. That's our biennium budget. And the reason we're happy with that is I have highlighted that you see that it continues to increase. The phase-in for DPIA, Disadvantaged Pupil Impact Aid, but more importantly, it phases in our funding formula to greater amounts, 50% in 2023 and 66 2/3% in fiscal year 2025. So if that trend continues, we would have a fully funded formula by the end of the 26-27 biennium. So everything about the Fair School Funding Formula is good for the district. It provides more relief to local taxpayers here in the Olentangy community who are always very supportive of our schools, but we are only getting about $988 per pupil, and that's $400 or $500 less than what students who go to private schools get. We don't begrudge private schools what they get. We just think that as a public school district, we ought to get at least that much, if not more. It's the next bill that really is going to require a lot of effort and advocacy. House Bill 1 was proposed by Representative, I believe it's Stevens. That might be wrong. That's the Speaker of the House. Pardon? Matthews, yes. And it does some things that on its face sounds pretty good, but when you understand how the law kind of works, I think the overall effect for our district would be not recommended. The bill would eliminate the 10% non-business property tax to homeowners. Currently, all homeowners get a 10% credit on their tax bill. You may not recognize it, may not see it, but if you look at your detailed tax bill from the Delaware County Auditor, for every dollar in gross taxes, you get a 10-cent credit. What the state is proposing to do is to completely eliminate that credit because that credit is paid by the state, and so therefore everyone's property tax bill would automatically, by virtue of losing that credit, effectively increase by 10% so that they would pay the gross amount of their taxes. The bill also will eliminate, there's an additional owner-occupied credit that most homeowners get of 2.5%. So when you put the two together, the average, shouldn't say the average, the typical homeowner only pays 87.5% of the gross of their tax bill. So what the second part of the bill would do is to replace that 2.5% with a flat $125 credit. Depending on the value of your home, $125 could be better. But by and large, for homes about $300,000 or more in this district, a flat $125 credit is not as good as a 2.5% of your assessed value. The bill also will provide a flat tax of 2.75% on Ohio taxable income above $26,050. That will result for many folks in decreased income taxes. But the overall impact, I think that the bill's authors expected, are mitigated by some other factors when you do what they did in number 4. What number 4 will do is currently the assessment percentage for a piece of real estate is 35%, and they'll drop that to 31.5%. What I mean by assessment percentage, the value, the full value of your home is not what taxes are levied against. They're levied against 35% of the value of your home. Why? That's just what the law says. So if your home is worth, for easy math, $100,000, the taxable or assessed value of your home is currently $35,000, which is 35% of 100. The bill will change that assessment percentage to 31.5%, which is a 10% decrease. And so most people might think that the combination of 1 and 4 is break even. They're going to take away my 10% credit, but they're going to turn around and cut my assessed percentage, and I'm going to break even. I don't know if the bill's authors realize that what Ohio law, though, does is equalizes tax rates. In any given year where property values increase, the rate of taxation drops so that there's not a windfall to local governments. That works in reverse. When values fall, tax rates can actually and do actually increase so that local governments don't hit major speed bumps. When the author of the bill put this together. I'm not sure if that registered, but all that will happen if you drop the assessment percentage from 35% to 31.5% is that the values will drop by 10%, but then in general, voted tax rates will go right up by 10% to offset that. That 31.5 actually will drop moving forward with inflation. So for example, if next year inflation is 2%, then that assessment percentage would become 98% of its current value, and so it would drop from 31.5 to 30.87. It can go down, and it can come back up again depending on inflation, but it has a ceiling moving forward of 31.5%. There is no ceiling on the bottom. It ostensibly could just keep going down. So the next slide shows some, for instance, actually no, I've got some more things here. So overall for our district, this is kind of my synopsis or analysis. The decreases in assessed value will not produce commensurate decreases in property taxes because that 10% is offset by equalization factors. Voted tax rates will increase when the assessment percentage drops. We're still going to lose about $3.147 million in our general fund in the first year of full collections because if you really want to get in the weeds, there is a small portion of our voted mills that never change, and that's called our inside mills. So on that inside millage, when values drop, revenue drops. And that's why we'll lose $3.147 million. The other way we lose is if a voted levy has been, normally the trend is levy rates go down because property values go up. But when property values go down, levy rates can come back up, but if they hit the ceiling and can go no higher so that you completely offset your losses, you lose. That is happening on our commercial side. There are 3 levies that in order for us not to lose on those levies on the commercial side, they would have to roll up above their gross rate, and they can't. So the delta between the gross rate and where we should roll up to results in additional losses. Our permanent improvement levy collections will drop, as will potentially our debt service millage. And that's a significant impact in this district because we strategize as we move forward that as assessed values increase, we know that we have the ability to issue, because we're growing, using the same tax rates, we can issue additional debt without raising tax rates. Overall, while decreases in income taxes for our residents will be higher for those with higher incomes, the offset, because real estate taxes go up, I believe ultimately is negligible. I'll show you that in just a second for your prototypical median income, median home value homeowner in this district. And it shifts the tax burden even further onto the local community. That's probably the biggest downside, is we have a budget bill that's supposed to give us more in state funding, and this turns around and completely offsets all of that. We'll take a look at that in a moment. And then finally, the increase in property taxes will provide the perception. This is probably the most difficult part. It's going to provide the perception because a homeowner is going to look at their tax bill and they're going to think, my taxes went up 10% because that credit is gone. Schools and local governments have to be making more money, and we won't be making a dime more. Because all that's happening, if you think about it, is the state's currently giving us that 10% credit, and our local property taxes are cut by 10%. All that happens is the state takes it away, and it goes up. We still break even. So ultimately, it will make future levies tougher. I believe because local taxpayers will see an increase in real estate and will falsely assume that schools and local governments are getting even more. And in fact, we're not. We're losing. On the next slide is where I show some hypotheticals, and I'm sorry that that's a little smaller than I intended. A median home and a median income in this district, our median income is somewhere in the neighborhood of $125,000 to $130,000 in a household in Olentangy. And the median home value for our district is about $415,000. So I just went with 125 and 400. So let's say that you're that prototypical person with a $400,000 market value home and $125,000 in income in that home. Your current income taxes for Ohio are about $3,641, and your current school tax bill. Now, I did not include all of the tax bill for all the other taxing entities, but for Olentangy, it's $710501. After House Bill 1, you will get a $560 decrease in your income taxes. So that's a good thing. I'm good with that. But your property tax bill will go up $512.69. So ostensibly $560 stretched out over 24, 26 pays. Someone's going to see probably every couple of weeks, minimal decreases in their take-home pay because of those change in Ohio taxes. But we're going to have a tax bill that goes up about $600. I've created a chart that you can follow, and as you can see, it is a flat tax. And compared to current Ohio tax rates and tax brackets, it is a significant savings for the higher and higher your income goes. It would be on the top end of the income scale, fairly significant development. Flat taxes always tend to do that. They're just a flat rate rather than a graduated rate that purports to, depending on which school of thought you look to, require more of those who make more versus no, everyone gets charged a flat tax. The final slides show impact to our district. This is a little bit busy, but the one on top shows that if you go over to what would be column F, by eliminating the 10% credit, that's $846 per pupil that will be shifted back to the local taxpayers. So even though the state is projecting, if you look at column D, that we're supposed to get $1,090, sorry, we're currently getting $1,090 if we take a look at our current formula funding. And if someone says, wait a second, you just said 988, this number includes preschool funding and special ed transportation. So I had to match what the state gave because that's what they published. Our 988 number is not published with preschool and special ed transportation. But including formula funding, preschool, special ed, we're at $1,090 per pupil. Good news is the fair school funding formula, column K, says we're going to $1,270 next year. I applaud that. That is fantastic. But we're going to turn around and shift $846, which is the orange in column F. So the net, in my view, is that our state funding next year will fall to $425 per pupil. Exactly the opposite way we want to go. If you look at fiscal year 2025, again, good news. The fair school funding formula has us going to $1,206 per pupil. Still better than where we are this year, a little bit below 24. But if you still net that $846 10%, our funding falls to $361 per pupil. I think this is the biggest upshot to House Bill 1, is we know as a district we are very, very heavily funded with local property taxes, and this bill will exacerbate rather than aid that. So all in all, I feel like as a community, as a Board of Education, certainly as your treasurer, I have a very, very difficult time supporting what this does. If you want to say, look on the bright side, it's nice that it purports to cut income taxes. There's nothing wrong with that. The juice isn't worth the squeeze, though. What it ends up doing in other pieces just simply doesn't get us where we want to be. And I'll entertain any questions.
So I guess by trading income tax for property tax, I mean, is one of the objectives to get a more stable revenue stream?
I think the objective, and it was stated by Representative Matthews is that it's a win for everyone to put decisions that belong where they belong. And so schools and fire and parks belong at the local level. So get the state out of it. Go ahead and cut the income tax as a way to provide a little bit of relief, but then tell the local community, it's on you to do the things that you think you want to increase taxes for yourself for.
I just struggle to think that people will see both sides of it. They'll just see an increase in property taxes and, price themselves out of communities. Right? What's it going to do to the real estate market? Right? With rising interest rates and rising property taxes.
And that's the reason why I just don't feel like we can support it. And it is not to, in any way, shape, or form, if anyone is hearing this and thinking, how can you not like an income tax cut? That's fine. I think, there's nothing wrong with, but the expense, the cost that it will inflict on local government entities, and certainly making it even more challenging to pass levies, because so much of the cost now is squarely always on the local community, is just the wrong direction.
So, I appreciate you laying all this out, and these are, difficult, things that you really have to look in the weeds, and so, taking the time to really explain it, I hope people are paying attention and are ready to take what you're giving them and translate it into action. So can you talk a little bit about what that means then? How can the community, as they're seeing this, if they're as concerned as I think we are, what are some things that they can do to start to address that?
So everybody, I think, can and should, if you want the easiest way to express your viewpoint is you can go to the Ohio 135th General Assembly website, and if you just Google Ohio 135th General Assembly, you'll find the website. Our local representatives, Senator is Andrew Brenner. We have not, I don't think, had a chance to replace Mr. Jordan. But ultimately, you can email those who represent our district. There will be testimony on these bills. It's a process that will take between now and the end of June, most likely. I've talked to some teachers, and I don't know, and I know Mrs. Eddy's sitting here. I would assume that the OEA and some of our OPSI and other classified unions are gearing up to say that we think that this is not what's best for our local community. I would say you can, folks in the local community, you can go to your local township meetings. They're getting impacted by the same thing. We're trying to meet with the local township fiscal reps in the next week or two. We've got Mr. Rafe and I have an appointment with Auditor Keitza. So I think that what the average taxpayer can do is avail themselves of this information and then take the opportunity to reach out to a legislator. They always tell us that they want to hear from us. This is a significant development for our community members, and I would think that something as simple as an email. We've had our community funding forum a couple of weeks ago, our school funding forum. We provided some feedback and some resources. I'm looking at Ms. Davis and Mrs. Beeman. We've sent those out to our community, but we can be sure that we put that in the board synopsis. We can actually capture what we did back at the school funding formula seminar and put some of those resources in our board meeting, what do you want to call it, update that we send out in the morning. Lots of opportunities. I probably struggled and not named them all, but hopefully I've given a few.
I'll piggyback off of that, actually, that I spoke earlier about information that was covered at OSBA, both at the trustees meeting and then again last night, the spring conference. Coming up in less than 2 weeks on March 21st is the state legislative conference that's being held at the Sheridan on Capitol Square. So this is going to be a morning filled with the lobbyists briefing on the key issues, representation from OASBA, OSBA, Governor DeWine will be there. There will be a Senate briefing, a House briefing, and a panel discussion featuring Senator Brenner and many others. And then there's an opportunity for lunch with the legislators, and then an adjournment, and attendees who want to schedule time to speak with the legislators can do that following in that 1 to 4 p.m. range. So for, educational leaders in particular who have a stake in this, if there's availability on the calendar for March 21st to attend, that would be highly recommended.
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Wallach. All of the organizations that support public schools are well aware of the bill. Mr. Rafe and I have already met on a couple different occasions. We're working on additional appointments with it's in the House Bill 1 is in the Ways and Means Committee. So at some point, I suspect that they may try to fold it into the budget bill, or at least pieces of it. Could be wrong, but it has been keyed as priority legislation. So I think that a lot of people are having issues with the bill and are expressing their displeasure like we are, but I don't think that should be construed as somehow it may not be amended in such a way that they think that they'll get it through in some way, shape, or form. It's House Bill 1 for a reason.
Mr. Jenkins, remind me again what financial inputs they're using for fair school funding. What year?
2018 for all the cost inputs.
So the state of Ohio is saying we're going to begin to creep towards fair school funding, and we're going to rely on money data from 2018. And I'm thinking of anybody who's had the same job from 2018 to now. I think most folks probably would notice it. Money has changed since then. Another point to make on that is, remind me again what the private school?
About $1,365 per pupil.
So in the last fiscal year you put up, we would get a quarter of that.
That's correct.
A quarter of that.
Effectively.
One more quick comment is that our own local legislator, Mrs. Lear, is actually on Ways and Means. So folks that are not happy with, once again, their school district not getting a fair share, I think she welcomes comments and wants to hear what her constituents have to say. And that's the calm response I'll have to your report, because it's very frustrating to look at taxpayers when we go and talk to folks, and the hot button for them is, how do we get 25 cents on the dollar of a private school? Thanks for your report.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. All right, we'll now move into public participation. Do we have speakers?
We have one.
Okay.
Looks like Harshal Patel,
Yeah, that's me.
and he wants to speak on technology use in the classroom.
Okay. Thanks for giving me opportunity, first of all. I'm Harshal Patel, and I run a consulting firm here in Columbus. And both my son and daughter, they go to Olentangy. One is in the middle school, one in the high school. And they both are A-grade students throughout their studies, from kindergarten to the high school. Now, recently the one incident occurred lately, and that kind of like disturbed my son a little bit as well. One of the teacher, she basically they had a paper exam. He tried to he submitted his paperwork, and teacher read it through the ChatGPT software, and teacher utilized some of the sites that are basically online sites which are hosted somewhere God knows where. But they are not hosted in US, and some of them are clearly marked beta sites. Beta meaning software is still being tested in those type of sites. Now, based on the results and the interpretation of those results, the teacher obviously gave him F on the exam. So again, what I'm trying to say here is the sites that are being used are not proper sites. They are not reliable. And I, being an IT professional for 25 plus years, and I ran through those sites as well. And so my point here is there needs to be a policy, specifically when the teachers are trying to pull some software, and which could impact this basically students' future. Like this, it could impact the college review board and so forth. It's great that teachers are using the technology. Now I was researching on the basically the district technology plan as well as the district policies for the technology, which is 7540 and so forth, but I did not find any reference to the ChatGPT, AI specifically, or detection software or anything like that. So I think that needs to be a way, basically, because ChatGPT is a fairly new technology. It got released in November 2022. And the software, the websites that are built on ChatGPT detection, they are pretty much in the beta software. They are not nowhere reliable because they just came out, I don't know how long ago, but must be in the January timeframe. So I want to just conclude here by posing a few questions to OLSD and hoping the OLSD can take some action, at least focus on the policy, because this technology is coming up very fast, and it will impact if every teacher in the classroom, they will start using this type of technologies, and they will start making their own decisions without any policy, any guidelines or standards. I think that will impact a lot more students. Okay, so considering that, I would suggest OLSD to look into that and buy some proper software, not just have these online random sites that can basically impact the students and them. So that's all the point I wanted to make, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Wright, you're going to walk us through the 2024-2025 district calendar?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here to discuss this tonight. You have this in your support documents, and this is the draft calendar for the 24-25 school year. We are in our typical time frame for presenting this. Sadly, after 8 years of working on this is the last calendar I will work on with Elaine Eddy. So I do want to acknowledge and thank her for the conversations that we get into around this and trying to come up with the best draft or drafts as we have done in previous years. So as we look at this, I want to give a few highlights, and then this calendar will be available to the public tomorrow. We will be sharing this as part of the board recap, along with a thought exchange to gather feedback. Again, that'll be shared tomorrow in the board recap, and it'll be open for a month, and we will have that open through April 10th, when we will finalize review before we bring our final draft to you for approval in early April. So this is the earliest start date on our calendar, and it's the earliest possible start date of August 15th. We have established years ago that we're going to have the third Thursday in August as our start date. It was the third Wednesday, but when we moved a workday to the start of the year, that made it the Thursday. So this is the earliest it would be. We did explore a start date of August 22nd. Instead, what we looked at was a very disproportionate number of school days for students between the first and second semesters, approaching almost a month, and we thought that was untenable without changing many of our other practices around exams and how we split this. It also had implications for our scheduled commencement dates, which go out, I think, till 26 now. I believe we're scheduled with that. So, and then the reason that it would be, there'd be 2 full weeks of school after commencement, and seniors have a lot less than that they can be excused from. So that was another problem, and we would have been a end of the first week of June completion date. So with that, we did not bring that, but did explore it. This has 173 student days on this calendar, and that has been typical for the last 5 calendars we've presented. It may be just 4. And as you look at this, you'll see red numbers on this graphic. The numbers on the lower left are teacher days in each of the months, and the number on the lower right of each of the months are the student days in the respective months. So again, you can see that this one splits 84 student days in the first semester, 89 student days in the second semester. It's as close as we've been in the last half decade on semesters being equal. And we have had the second semester be a little bigger because that's typically when we have testing disruptions or weather disruptions and cancellations. So we're pretty content with that. We do have our typical breaks around Thanksgiving. We have our typical 2-week break around the winter holidays. And then our typical last week of March spring break proposed for this. Commencement on this calendar, Mr. Bryan, you typically ask this, so I'm beating to the punch, is May 18th. So it is not delineated on here, but that is a scheduled commencement exercises on this calendar. And with this calendar draft, we have students and staff all completed by Memorial Day weekend, as we have on the past few calendars as well. So this is the draft in totality. I shared when we will start to be seeking input. So first on this, ask if you have any questions on this draft that I might be able to answer, and then I have one thing to close with for you.
I'll just remind everyone, this isn't for next year, but it's the following year.
That is correct.
Next year calendar is already set.
That is correct.
Questions?
I do just want to note that students are coming back on January 6th, not the 2nd.
That is correct. We had a very, very close eye on any potential surprise federal holidays that we had to account for on this calendar. So yes, we did learn from not catching that 2.5 years ago for this calendar that we're currently in.
For the record, no one caught it, because we put it out for feedback for 30 days.
Understood. I take full responsibility.
It was your fault.
All right, and you said you had one more thing?
Yes, I do. So I do want to give you a potential heads up for, as you alluded to, Mr. O'Brien, the 23-24 calendar. While it has been approved, and it was approved last April, Mr. Rafe and Delaware County Superintendents attended a presentation in January, and we have an eclipse that will be occurring in April of 24, April 8th of 2024 to be exact. And they have been looking at what that is going to do to local resources, because Delaware County is the southernmost, southeasternmost area in the path of totality. So our local emergency management services want us to not be in school that day because they anticipate that the population of Delaware County will triple on April 8th and that preceding weekend. They know that Ohio is within 1 day's drive of 70% of the United States. And this event is a almost once-in-a-lifetime type event. And
I think the next one in Ohio is 2099.
Correct.
And the last one was 1803.
When we talk about total solar eclipse.
In Delaware County.
But the assumption of doubling and tripling the population is based upon experience in other areas that were in the total
Zone.
coverage zone.
Yeah, the path of totality. Yep.
And as we understand it, it's like right around 3 o'clock or something like that.
Yeah, so it'd be right near the end of our middle and high school days, and, they've said that they can plan for and understand Little Brown Jug with the Delaware County Fair. This would make that an embarrassingly small event, what they anticipate in those areas, so.
They've talked about grocery stores getting cleaned out, so put a note in your phone to plan ahead, shop early.
So parking in your front lawn.
So the last thing is, the reason I said a potential heads up is that in January, the State Department began discussing granting waiver days for April 8th. So if that is the way they go, we would probably need to make an adjustment accordingly. If not, we have a draft plan that we bring back to you that we would need to amend our approved calendar. And as soon as we know the actions of the state, then we'll bring that result to you as well. Okay?
Thank you. Appreciate you thinking ahead.
Thank you very much, for once.
And that, Mr. Wright, that link goes on the board update for folks to offer feedback on the calendar?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're ready for action items. Mr. Jenkins is going to present the treasurer action items.
For this evening, very light agenda, minutes from the last two board meetings.
Could I have a motion to approve treasurer action items A through C, please?
So moved.
Have a second.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Dr. Wise?
Yes.
Dr. Wallach?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Dr. Dabrico?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Rafe, would you please present the superintendent action items?
Yes, sir, I'll present superintendent action items A through D for approval.
Okay. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
Any discussion on superintendent action items A through D? Nope. Please call the roll.
Dr. Wise?
Yes.
Dr. Wallach?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Dr. Dabrico?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes. Okay, I'll now entertain a motion to go into an executive session. I want to make sure I read the right one. Okay, got it. As permitted by sections 121.22 G5 of the Ohio Revised Code, to consider matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or regulations or state statutes. This motion concerns an appeal under the Revised Code 3313.66, Section 121.22 G1, investigation of charges or complaints against a regulated individual, and to consider the employment of a public employee. Please have a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
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 Okay. Again, the only discussion on the executive session is we will come back to take action and then adjourn. So from there, please call the roll. Mr. Jenkins.
Dr. Wallach?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Dr. Dabrico?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Dr. Wise?
Yes.
All right, we will now move to the Liberty. All right, it is 10:55, and I will call the meeting back to order. We have one resolution to consider that I will read, and then we will go through the process of a motion in a second. So let me read the resolution so everyone understands it. Whereas the Board of Education held an appeal hearing on March 9th, 2023, in student suspension appeal case number 2022-23-001. Whereas the Board of Education had an opportunity to consider presentations from the parent and the administration and review other relevant information. Whereas this case concerns student information, which is required to be kept confidential pursuant to state and federal law. Therefore, be it resolved by the Olentangy Local School Board, Olentangy Local School District Board of Education, that the parent's appeal is sustained in part. The decision in case 2022-23-001 is modified as indicated in the findings of fact and conclusions, and the board's decision is remanded to the administration for action consistent with the board's decision herein. Be it further resolved that the conclusions shared with the board in executive session and incorporated herein by reference are adopted and approved. Be it further resolved that the board president shall provide written notice to the family and to the administration of the Board of Education's adoption of this resolution and a copy of the board's conclusions. Okay, with that, could I have a motion to approve the resolution as written?
So moved.
Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion on the resolution? Okay. Let me call the roll. See if I can get it right. So who, second from Mr. Dabico? First Dabico, second was?
Wallach.
Wallach. All right, let me call the roll. Dr. Dabico?
Yes.
Dr. Wallach?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Dr. Wise?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien votes in the affirmative, yes. 5-0. The resolution is passed. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
So we've got Lester, Keisha Wise. Okay. Any discussion on the motion to adjourn? Seeing none. Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Dr. Wise?
Yes.
Dr. Wallach?
Yes.
Dr. Dabrico?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien, yes. We are adjourned.